was my exact three. But the 4L Rayo, I like. The breeding's there for me. Takes a drop in class. Gets the blinkers on. Steve Manley, a very good conditioner. I like this horse took action on debut. And kind of split the field, but I think with the added distance going to help this horse in the class drop. That's the horse for me. Then Twist of Faith, the mare has thrown a horse named High Velocity, who's what I liked, it was a grade 3 winner, but what I liked, the horse won as a 2-year-old, and in fact won the first 2 starts, and that second one was the grade 3 Bob Hope at Del Mar. So shows a history of winning early as youngsters. So those are the 2 for me. And after that, I'd maybe reach in if I'm going to throw special operator just off that 3 furlong breeze at Churchill will be flashing speed.
Yeah, that's something that you want to note with young horses. If you can look at the breeding, which I know both you and I are fans of doing, both from the top side and the bottom side, that precocity of 2-year-old horses or horses that win early oftentimes does get passed down. So you certainly hope that if the mama did it, that the baby's going to do it as well. And I'm right there with you.
Yeah, good angle there.
Race number 3 here at Ellis Park. It'll be a maiden special weight race. It is going to be moved to the 1 mile chute, originally slated for 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course, but obviously as we're off the turf there, going to change both the surface and the distance slightly in this one. I went with the 2, 1, and the 5. Now, the 2 does have a pretty turfy pedigree, in fact, in synthetic as well. The dam, the mother was a multiple graded stakes winner, won, I think, $1 million, and that included the Presque Isle Downs Masters and a grade 3 at Golden Gate Fields, which is a synthetic surface, but oftentimes that synthetic can kind of lend itself well to the turf. Obviously, we're not dealing with that here today, but it was something that I thought was notable when handicapping this. Now, Tap It, the sire of Silver Blur, has been known to have plenty of good dirt horses. I think Brett Calhoun is an excellent conditioner. This horse has been training on the dirt, so that's going to be my top pick, followed by Urban Recovery for Cherie DeVoe with the blinkers on, and then the 5-horse Bueller's Day Off. Kind of like that name.
Yeah, those are the 3 for me. I might need to take a break here and go down and turn off my car alarm right here there in the background. But
that would be nice. Thank you.
Okay, see if it'll reach from here. No, but those are 3 horses I like. It's and for all the same reasons. I do like Silver Blur, and I was hoping to get a little bit of a price on that one. And the horse just has raced a little bit greenly the first couple of starts. Can't get out of the gate. If the horse puts it together and gets out of the gate, the only thing that I really don't like with the gate, it is that unique 1 mile out of the chute configuration. The horse has drawn the fence. So if the horse doesn't break well, they're going to come over on top of him, and he's going to eat a lot of dirt. But, I just think those are the 3 horses in here. And Bueller's Day Off getting first laces, I think, is a good angle as well.
Agree. Race number 4 will be the start of our Pick 5 sequence, which you can, of course, play both here and also if you are watching us from off track. But 7 furlongs the distance for this event. It's an allowance race. The 2 and the 1 were my top picks, Gulfstream Way and Jennings for Ian Wilkes, who I'm really curious to see. This is a horse coming off of a long layoff, hasn't raced since September of 2021. So obviously down here in the paddock, I will try to keep you updated on my thoughts of how much condition the horse is carrying, if they look fit, tucked up, ready to go. Sometimes horses might take a race after a layoff, which I know we mentioned yesterday. But along with that, I think Ian Wilkes is just a really good horseman. And the fact that this horse last raced at the 1 mile at Churchill Downs, it's that 1-turn mile. And so I'm not too worried about cutting back to the 7 furlongs here, because I think that race oftentimes lends itself more to a distance like 7 furlongs. Jimmy?
I agree with you. Those are the 2 horses for me. The only other horse I would probably add is the 4, but Gulfstream Way is the speed of the speed in here. And, if Jennings isn't fresh and doesn't go with the horse might get loose on the lead, and Mitchell Moore go coast to coast for Hartman. They've teamed up for a lot of wins here in the state of Kentucky the past couple of years, and most recently at the Churchill Downs meeting. But Jennings might get left alone at the tote board. A lot of people do think the Ian Wilkes horses need a race first time out or off a layoff, but they don't always do. And this horse is the case. If you look at this horse first time out, the horse was second, just missed. So I'm interested to see how the horse looks on the track. And, I'm going to be all over the horse if he's anywhere near the morning line.
Next up will be race number 5, and that is our stakes race of the day. That is the Dade Park Dash. It is moved, of course, to the main track here. 5.5 furlongs the distance. Obviously, this field shortens up quite a bit with those scratches. Originally, there were 6 horses, but we are down to just a few with the scratch of the 1, the 4, and I think that's it, actually, for that field. But I went with the 3-horse, All in Sync. I actually think that this horse might be a single for me. A little bit of a typo there. I don't think that horse has an E at the end of the name, but trained by Steve Asmussen, he's already done pretty well here. He won the stakes race yesterday. Just a Hall of Fame trainer who does an excellent job, gets the services of Brian Hernandez Jr., and they've teamed up with a lot of very nice horses here recently. So it's a budding partnership that I'm excited to watch. So going to go with the 3 All in Sync, who I think will probably be your favorite at post time.
I agree with the defection of B.D. Valesky, 8-5. You're not going to get anywhere near 5-2 in All in Sync. You lose, the majority of the line. In fact, 1/3 of the line is gone. So of the points rather. But I'm like you. If you could see my program here, we have this. It's like we traded. Same thing. I have single written all over it, and those are the 3 horses for me. 3, 2, and 5 in here. But if I'm playing a pick 4 or anything else, this is the race that I'm going to put everything around. I'm going to single All in Sync, and I'll spread out like butter everywhere else.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. You should see our pickets, I hope, put up there for the pick 4 and pick 5 tickets, but that's where I'm going to save a little bit so I can spend elsewhere throughout the card, especially for this race coming up, race number 6, because it is a maiden special weight race with a really good sized field, so credit to the racing office there, but 6 furlongs on the main track, and I think I'm going to take like all but 2 in this in some of my tickets because it certainly seems to be a talented field of youngsters. You've got a lot of unknowns in here. I did end up putting the 9 Smugness on top for Cherie DeVoe, coming out of a nice workout after 2 races already. Again, it's kind of that experience play. The fact that she's had an out already or 2 and had that experience, I think sometimes can lend itself nicely in these types of races where you're dealing with so many first-time starters, so many unknowns. You've got the crowd noise for them to deal with, breaking from the gate, being in a herd, etc. Plus, she's a daughter of Gunrunner, and he's produced a lot of very nice horses here recently. So I think I'm going to put that one in top. As far as the top 3, I'll keep it short here because, again, like I said, I think I have like 8 horses in my ticket. But I had the 3 Power to Play for Brett Calhoun, who comes out of a really fast, nice work at Churchill Downs and 5 furlongs and 59-1. He does really well with horses like this. And then the 2, Take Care, who I'm excited to see. I did spend a little bit of time galloping at Blackwood Stables, and this one has been training there for trainer Robbie Medina. Joe Talamo gets aboard. Bit of a long shot here, but this is a horse whose mother, Warman Brace, is actually a half-to Code of Honor, who was a $2.9 million winner and won the Run Happy Travers and other ones like that. So you've got a really nice female family side. Maybe it's the breeding that I'm taking an angle with there, Jimmy, but at the 20-1 price, you got to like it.
Yeah, you do. And, Robbie's not a really household name. Now, he's starting to be a household name here in the state of Kentucky because he's been around so long, but some guys may not know. He was an assistant for Shug for a long time.
Yeah.
So he's been around a lot of good horses. He knows what he's doing, and he just recently picked up a lot more horses, so we'll start seeing his name a lot. That's interesting to use those 3. I think this is race, if you need to spread, it is. Smugness, I do like you said, on the top side has some pedigree, and also the mayor has thrown, multiple stakes winners, and I do like that one. I'm going to add a couple other horses in here as well. I'll use the morning line favorite, the 5 from the Phil Sims barn. This one has a good series of workouts at Keeneland, and Phil and Matt and the whole team know how to get a horse ready to roll first out. But I'm going to add another horse in when I spread out. I'm going to use the 12 Taylor B, 20-1 on the morning line. Local horse, been working well over the local surface, and a lot of times every year here, Megan, we do see these local horses who have been training over this track a lot longer than horses that come in. They seem to have advantage here. So I'm going to throw that one in just for the simple fact he's local and it's a big price.
I like it. You're 20-1, my 20-1. It sounds like a head-to-head wager for you and me.
Yeah, with that single in the first leg, we can actually spread out and hope for bombs there. Because after this, we're going to shorten up. We do have a lot of scratches in this next race.
Yeah, exactly. Race number 7, the race Jimmy's alluding to there, an allowance optional claiming for the fillies and mares, 1 mile the distance, and that will be moved to the main track. I went with just the 5 and the 9. I put the 9 as my top pick. You'll see it because I don't think there's any place wagering, so you're going to just have to pick one. But the 9 horse, mostly because I think I'm going to get a little bit more of a price than what you will probably see on the 5. But taken to the cleaners, Ethan West is a great young conditioner. You got Edgar Morales aboard. This horse is receiving Lasix for the first time. And the fact that she's already been over a muddy track before. In fact, she broke her maiden from Maiden Special Weight Company at Indiana over the 1 mile distance on a muddy track and won by 9 lengths that day. So I'm just kind of banking on maybe the track still having some moisture in it at that time, and this horse really liking that. Coming off a layoff concerns me just a little bit for a lot of horses, but trainer Ethan West wins at 18% with horses coming off an extended layoff. So again, a really good horseman, and I'm going to try to get that one to the wire.
Yeah, that one's a good one. I wish there was a stat where it showed race is taken off the turf what Ethan was because he seems to get lucky in getting these races where it gets short fields after they come off the turf. In fact, taking the cleaners, both her wins, or two of the wins with Ethan rather, were races taken off the turf, and I like her. She's not going to obviously be 15-1, but if it's between the 5 and the 9, I'm like you. The 9's going to be a better price, and I don't see why she can't win. Those are the two horses. Same reasons for me there in the 7th.
And to conclude our card will be race number 8, and that's going to be a maiden claiming, a maiden claiming race, originally slated for 1 mile and a 16th on the grass, going to be moved to that maiden track, and the distance changed to 1 mile, again coming out of that 1 mile chute that's really unique here to Ellis Park. But for me, Jimmy, I went with the 9, 4, and the 1 for my top picks, with the 9 on top there, and that one is Mucho Mojo for Steve Asmussen. Again, I mentioned the partnership between Brian Hernandez and Steve Asmussen. I think this is a good spot for this horse. They've given this one a couple of tries at Churchill Downs, before that at Turfway Park, but I like that at least this horse has had some time here at Ellis. It looks like may have been training here before that last start and probably returned here and has been galloping at this track, so I think the local experience could help with that one. The one horse, that is Houdini's Awesome for Ethan West, for many of the reasons that I mentioned before coming off the layoff. I like the stats for that trainer. First time gelding for that horse as well, which can sometimes be helpful. And then the 4, No Limitation for Billy Morey, who makes a good move like this, going from sprint to route. And again, this is kind of a route with an asterisk just because of the configuration of the track. So it is 1 mile, but oftentimes can be beneficial for sprint horses that are used to sprinting. From sprint to route, wins at 23% of the time. And Billy Morey's had a really great year. I know you saw that up in Northern Kentucky as well. Who'd you like?
Yeah, pretty well close to your picks. I do like the 9. I'm not going to put too much weight in that lone dirt start. I don't think if the connections thought this horse couldn't dirt, even with the scratches, they wouldn't have left him in. So I'm going to use that horse. And in fact, No Limitation you spoke on, that was my price play of the day, my long shot of the day. And Son of Cupid, I love Billy Morey, and ever since he came to this part of the country, he's really won, and he just hasn't really been attacked by the public so much as far as his horses really getting over bet. So I do like that you still can get a decent price on these horses. 8-1 on the morning line. I like it. The only other horse I may throw in is the 7 Treaty, just for a slice at a price.
Yeah, you got to like that, and certainly got to try to get a price as well, especially with shortened fields that we will have here today with all of those scratches. So that concludes our 8 race card. Again, we did want to mention the stakes race coming up in race number 5. That is the Dade Park Stakes, our highlight of the day. I think we have 14 stakes carded for the meet here at Ellis Park for this summer, with our total of 23 days of racing. So lots of exciting horses coming this way, lots of young talent as well. Always good for the public to see and bet on, of course. So stay tuned for that. Of course, all those 8 races, Jimmy's selections and my selections, will be on the screen throughout the show. I want to thank my co-host Jimmy McNerney there, the announcer at Ellis Park. And Jimmy, hopefully the visibility will be better for you today.
Yeah. This clear skies today. So there was a couple races yesterday were a little bit hairy to see out, but all systems go today. I'm looking forward to a great race card and your commentary then on the paddock. And best of luck with your tickets as well.
Thanks. Well, they're much the same, so next time don't copy me.
I'm rooting for me. But.
Exactly, yeah. If you win, I win, except for our one head-to-head play. But that's the preview show here at Ellis Park. We do have 32 minutes to post until our first race of the day. I will be back with you here to discuss the horses in race 1 before they go out to the racetrack and before Jimmy gives you the race call there. But best of luck to everybody playing along here at Ellis Park.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ellis Park. Folks, at this time, I ask that you please rise. Kindly remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ellis Park for a wonderful Sunday afternoon of racing here from Hendo. 8 races on the program. We are off the turf. The races will be run on the main track. Currently, the main track is listed as muddy. We expect that to upgrade very soon in the race program. Speaking of the program, if you'll take those out right now, I'll give you today's late program changes. Also like to remind you, of course, today here, Run Happy Dollar Day at the track. $1 hot dogs, $1 popcorn, and just $2 for a beer here at the track today. And we appreciate you coming on out. We'll get to those changes here with 18 minutes to post. In race number 1, again, we are off the turf, a mile on the main. In race number 1, scratch the 3, he's more than ready. Scratch the 4, Caballo Feliz. Scratch number 5, Drama Critic. Scratch 3, 4, 5. That takes the field to 4 runners, so there will be no show, no try, no superfecta wagering offered in the opener. Wagering options left, though: win, place, exacta, daily double, pick 3, and that early pick 4 starts in the opener. At this time, folks, I'd like to let you know that the track now has been upgraded to good. I told you it'd be early in the program, and it already has been upgraded to good. In race number 2, there is one change. Scratch number 6, West Jet. Number 6, West Jet has been scratched. With a field of 5, we will have to cancel the superfecta wagering. No superfecta wagering in race number 2. Today's third race, sponsored by Run Happy, has been taken off the turf. That distance of 1 mile and 16th will change to a mile on the main out of the chute. Again, 1 mile the distance on the main for race number 3. In that race, scratch part of the entry, number 1A, Bluegrass Royale. Scratch number 6, Double Spun. And scratch number 8, Kansas Comet. 1A, 6, and 8, all scratch from the third. There are no changes in race number 4 from Ellis. Turn to the 5th race, and the 5th race is our featured event of the afternoon. This is the second running of the Dade Park Dash Overnight Stakes. 70,000 up for grabs. They'll go 5.5 now on the main track. Several changes. Scratch number 1, Circle Back Jack. Scratch number 4, B.D. Valesky. And with those scratches, that takes it down to 4. So we will cancel show, cancel try, cancel superfecta wagering there in the 5th. You still can bet win, place, exacta, daily double, pick 3, and again, the pick 4 starts there. Late pick 4 starts in the Dade Park. 6th race, a pair of scratches. 6th race sponsored by Run Happy. Scratch number 1, More Than Vows. Number 1, More Than Vows, stayed home. And number 11, Me Crescendo, has been scratched. Numbers 1 and 11 scratched from the 6th. In the 7th race, a slew of changes in race number 7. First, we'll start with the race has been taken off the turf, a mile on the main. There are 6 scratches. Scratch number 1, Demo Dog. Scratch number 2, Caroline's Story. Scratch the 4, Undisturbed. Scratch the 6, Fair Game. Scratch the 7, Southern Sky. And scratch the 8, Vespa. So 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 are scratched. That leaves only the 3, 5, and 9 to race. So we will cancel several wagers in race number 7. In the 7th race, cancel the place show, trifecta, superfecta, wagering as well. So there'll be win wagering only, cancel the place show, try, superfecta. We will have the daily double offered there in race number 7. 8th and final race has been taken off the turf. The mile and 16th on the turf will move to a mile on the main out of the chute. And you're reminded in there that there are a couple of first-time geldings. The 1 and 8 are first-time geldings. The changes are scratch number 3, Aqua Cat. Scratch number 5, Bright Spark. Scratch number 6, Daisy's Dock. Scratch the 10, Command Central. Scratch the 11, Sailor's Return. The 3, 5, 6, 10, 11 all are out of the 8th and final race. Well, ladies and gentlemen, those are the changes at this time. Any additional changes coming in throughout the balance of this 8-race program, I'll get those to you as they do so. We're off the turf. The main track is upgraded already. Good surface, and the wind is blowing here. We expect that to upgrade to later on in the card, as it is drying out very quickly. Run Happy Dollar Day here at the track. $1 hot dogs, $1 popcorn, $2 beers. We'll have a presentation after race 1, the Barn of the Week, courtesy of Rock House Pizza. Of course, the Dade Park Dash Stakes event today. And also want to remind you the gift shop is open, where you can get your official Ellis Park 2022 Centennial t-shirt, courtesy of Run Happy. Has all the stakes races on the meat on the back, and of course what we like about the most, 10% of all proceeds will be donated to the TAA, that's the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, a wonderful industry organization. Again, the gift shop down there in the main grandstand. Race number 1 coming up in 12 minutes. We'll send it down to Megan Devine. She'll take you all the way through the card today and put you on some winners and let you know what she sees there in the paddock. Again, off the turf, the main track. Good luck.
Are you wanting to follow post parade down through here? Or you want to go around the top?
Race number 1 at Ellis Park coming up in just a few moments, 10 moments to be exact. This race originally slated for the turf, as Jimmy said, but it has been moved to the main track surface. So do note that 1 mile going to happen over the now good track. Lots of nice looking horses in here. This is a maiden special weight race, so horses looking for their very first career victory. My attention went to just 2 of the runners in this field, and that was the 7 and the 2 horse, with the 7 originally being my top pick, but I have to say I've been impressed by what I saw in the paddock with the 2 horse, and that one is Anglophile. I just felt like this horse was really fit in here. You can see currently at 9-5 as your second choice. Do note, as you see our picks come up on the screen for myself, Jimmy McNerney, and Jean McLean, that there is no show wagering, as Jimmy had mentioned earlier, with the scratches that we have here. But yeah, the 2 horse I was talking about, Anglophile, has had a start already, and sometimes that experience is really helpful in races like this with horses that are making their first start, like the 6 and the 7. But that out already, I think, helped to get this son of English Channel really, really fit. He's got that racy body type. He's really well tucked up, certainly well turned out here, and a horse that's going to get a little bit more distance, but certainly looks like he'll be able to handle that. As far as the 7 horse, also liked what I saw there. Kenny McPeak always sends out nice looking young horses, and this one comes in with a really fast work. But I have to say, I think I give the preference to the 2 out of those 2 horses. Jockeys are getting a leg up, and horses are headed out to the track. Do note this is the start of the early pick 4. My ticket just $18 for you. I used the 7, 2. In the next race, the 3 and 4. Next race after that, the 2, 1, and 5. And after that, the 2, 1, and 6. I'll try to put that out on Twitter for you as well as the horses get the call to the post. Good luck.
Up on the track for the first race from Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy. Maiden 2-year-olds to go a mile on a main surface. Race off the turf on the main, in the main, is good. Scratch numbers 3, 4, and 5 here in race number 1. Race 1 in 6 minutes. Don't forget, it starts at pick 4. Good luck. 2 minutes now. 2 minutes for race 1 from Ellis Park. Just 2 minutes. Don't forget, race 1 kicks off the pick 4. 2 minutes. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the first of 8 here at Ellis Park on the opening Sunday of the meet. State champ coming up. State champ on debut. Son of Union Rags. Honed is in. They're at the post. Field of 4 all set, and they are racing. Cajun Blast wins the break up from the extreme outside. Honed is away in good order as well. And Anglefile came away racing in a joint second there, just about 2 lengths off the lead. Then a margin of 5 back to State Champ, who's outpaced by about 10 lengths as they turn up the backside with 6.5 furlongs to go. The leader, Cajun Blast, by freshman sire Tappert, will show him up the backside and has bumped the lead already about a half a dozen lengths. Anglefile by English Channel shows second just from Honed, who's third, hovering to the outside. 4 in front is State Champ, who's being knuckled upon to keep pace just outside the 4.5 furlong marker. About a dozen lengths top to bottom, no twist in the plot. Cajun Blast still paving the pea patch path outside the half-mile pole. The quarter was 23 and 3. His lead's about 6 lengths as he goes into the far turn, so Cajun Blast still there, been unopposed on the lead. Honed races to the outside of Anglefile, then still 4 further back to State Champ, who still can't see them all. 3 furlongs to go, and Cajun Blast and James Graham show the way. But the lead is diminished to 2.5 lengths as both Honed and Anglefile are dialed in on the pace setter. Still nothing yet from State Champ, who's at the back of the pack. 1 quarter to go. Half mile 47 and 1, and Cajun Blast's lead is evaporated as Honed, who ranges up to the outside, and Honed on debut from the Peak Barn has the lead narrowly, but Cajun Blast is battling back to the inside. Still 3 back to Anglefile, who's to the outside. 1/16 left, and Cajun Blast is tenacious on the front end. Hone made that move and still trying to do it all he can to get by. A 3-horse photo in the opener, and I think Honed got up by a head bob. But it will take a photo. Honed was in the middle, Cajun Blast to the inside, and Anglefile made it 3 across the course, and a blanket photo in the opener. 139 and 2. Racing. Cajun. Result of the photo, number 7, Honed, was the winner. Second, number 1, Cajun Blast. Third, number 2, Anglophile. And finishing fourth, the 6th state champ, 7-1-2-6. Once again, unofficially winner, the 7, Honed. Second, the 1, Cajun Blast. Third, number 2, Anglophile. And finishing fourth, number 6, state champ, 7-1-2-6. Entering the winner's circle, Sharp in victory on debut, Honed. Number 7, Honed, a 2-year-old made by Sharp Azteca, out of the City Zip mare named All About Allison. The winner is owned by Three Chimneys Farm in partnership with Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, the winning trainer Kenny McPeak, and the winning jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 7, Honed, well prepared on debut, wins mile on a muddy main in 1:39 and 2. Number 7, Honed, returns $5 to win, $260 to place. The exact is $670. The try and super were refunded. Race number 2 is up next. In the second race, you're reminded to take out number 6, West Jet. Post time for race 2 in 21 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'd like to direct your attention into the winner's circle, where Ellis Park is proud to recognize the barn crew from barn number 12. The Robertino Diodoro barn has been named the barn of the week. Each week, the prettiest barn on the backside will receive $50 of free pizza for their entire team, courtesy of Rock House Pizza. And Rock House Pizza General Manager Josh Harris on hand to present the award to the Robertino Diodoro barn, stabled back there in barn number 12. Congratulations, Team Diodoro. Racing. Cajun Blast wins the break up from the extreme outside. Honed is away in good order as well. And Anglophile came away racing in a joint second there, just about 2 lengths off the lead. Then a margin of 5 back to State Champ, who's outpaced by about 10 lengths as they turn up the backside with 6.5 furlongs to go. The leader, Cajun Blast, by freshman sire Tappert, will show him up the backside and has bumped the lead already about a half a dozen lengths. Anglophile by English Channel shows second just from Honed, who's third, hovering to the outside. 4 in front is State Champ, who's being knuckled upon to keep pace just outside the 4.5 furlong marker. About a dozen lengths top to bottom, no twist in the plot. Cajun Blast still paving the pea patch path outside the half-mile pole. The quarter was 23 and 3. His lead's about 6 lengths as he goes into the far turn, so Cajun Blast still there, been unopposed on the lead. Honed races to the outside of Anglophile, then still 4 further back to State Champ, who still can't see them all. 3 furlongs to go, and Cajun Blast and James Graham show the way. But the lead is diminished to 2.5 lengths as both Honed and Anglophile are dialed in on the pace setter. Still nothing yet from State Champ, who's at the back of the pack. 1 quarter to go. Half mile 47 and 1, and Cajun Blast's lead is evaporated as Honed, who ranges up to the outside, and Honed on debut from the McPeak Barn has the lead narrowly, but Cajun Blast is battling back to the inside. Still 3 back to Anglophile, who's to the outside. 1/16 left, and Cajun Blast is tenacious on the front end. Honed made that move and still trying to do it all he can to get by. A 3-horse photo in the opener, and I think Honed got up by a head bob. But it will take a photo. Honed was in the middle, Cajun Blast to the inside, and Anglophile made it 3 across the course, and a blanket photo in the opener. 139 and 2.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat Day, retired Hall of Fame jockey and winner of 9 Triple Crown races throughout my career. Of the thousands of horses that I rode, 1989 Belmont winner Easy Goer will always stand out as my all-time favorite. So when I traded in my saddle for a golf cart, the choice was simple. A brand new Easy Go from my friends here at ACO Golf Carts. The folks at ACO will set you up with the exact cart you need, whether it be new or used, gas or electric. So when you're looking for a fantastic deal on a cart that runs like a finely tuned thoroughbred, make sure to stop by ACO Golf Carts on Morgan Avenue in Evansville, Indiana.
Race number 2 coming up here at Ellis Park. Just a few moments ago till the horses head out to the track, but we've got a maiden claiming race for you. So horses looking for their very first career victory. $30,000 the purse here for these 2-year-olds. And my top selections, I went to the 3 and the 4 and really liked the 3, both on paper, but also right here in the paddock. Got a good look at Twist of Faith for John Ennis. And I thought really, really well muscled, a bit of a powerhouse there. You can kind of see going by in the bottom of your screen, but going to make the top pick for me. It certainly looks like this is a horse that's had some racing experience before. He's really well muscled, very well tucked up, and especially, you know, for this type of a race, a 5.5 furlongs on the dirt, I like to look for horses that seem to have a lot of good muscling, especially in those hindquarters there. A nice strong shoulder on this horse, and he fits that bill perfectly. John Ennis, a really good conditioner of horses, and as I mentioned, the first 2 starts, both at Keeneland, which can be a very tough meet, and also at Churchill Downs last time out at a similar level, I think set him up really nicely for a good effort here. He is, of course, sired by West Coast, one of those freshman sires that we see this year. So Twisted Faith going to be on top for me. I thought about the 4 horse as well. That is El Rayo for Steve Manley. Has had a start, started off maiden special weight, so getting a drop in class here to maiden claiming after a race at Hawthorne. They're putting the blinkers on today. Steve Manley wins at 21% with 2-year-old horses, so certainly some good credentials there. And then the 5 horse, wanted to mention as well, that Special Operator. Really strong hind end for this horse, I thought, in the paddock. 2-year-old Son of Violence. Keith DeSormo only wins at 4% with firsters, but this horse comes in with a really speedy 3 furlong work in 36-1, and that was when breaking from the gate. So I like over this distance, the 5.5. Hopefully that experience in the morning will help him to get a nice quick start, get into position, and get his speed going early and stay out in front. At least that would be the key as he gets to the wire there. But Special Operator with Declan Cannon aboard. Got some attention early, 5-2 in the morning line. It looks like that's what we're working with here. But those are my top 3 selections. You can also see them on the screen for Jimmy McNerney and Gene McLean. We're pretty similar. Gene and I with the exact same top picks, and Jimmy not too different there, just a different order. Took a look at the 2 horse Cambiasso for Keith DeSormo, kind of a different body type than his other horse in here. I thought the 2-year-old Son of Exaggerator looked like he was very well turned out, certainly a nice healthy coat on him, but he almost had the body type where I thought he might like a little bit more distance here. It's kind of a longer, leaner build than the other that I had just mentioned. Now we do have a few more. Mama's Home Cooking, the 1 A is in here, as well as the 1, both parts of the coupled entry. Mama's Home Cooking with a little bit of experience, started off in a maiden special weight race, so has an out already. And then Jim's River Runner, who is going to make the first start today for first crop sire Rivers Run Deep. Looks like riders are getting a leg up, and horses will head out to the track here. 5.5 furlongs on the dirt, 7 minutes to go for race 2. Good luck.
Up on the track for the second race from Ellis, maiden 2-year-old 30 claimers to go 5.5 furlongs on a good main. In this race, take out number 6 West Jet. Field of 6, 5 betting interest remain here in race 2. Win, play, show, exacta, try. Daily double starts at pick 3. Again, no superfecta wagering offered here in the second race. Post time in 6 minutes. 1 minute. The field turned approaching the gate. 1 minute to race 2 from Ellis. And the field of 5 has reached the starting gate. It's post time. Loading in for the second race from the Pea Patch, 9 to 5 on Twist of Faith. Jim's River Runner, a son of Rivers Run Deep, champion Ohio bred. He raced first year sire Jim's River Runner. For Don Martin in from FanDuel. Cambiasso, a first-time starter going in. Here's Twist of Faith, your current favorite on the drop-in class with Carlos Villasana. El Rayo from the Manly barn going in. Special Operator will complete the load. 1 of 2 here for actually 1 out waiting on Mama's Home Cooking. He's in, they're at the post, and they are off. Quick start from the middle for Twist of Faith, also flashing speed. Cambiasso on debut is fleet-footed, and Special Operator hovers along in third. Up to the extreme outside, it is Jim's River Runner, then a leap for the back to El Rayo, and Mama's Home Cooking is last. Into the far turn, 3 across the course from the inside. Twist of Faith shows the way narrowly. Up on the extreme outside, it is Mama's Home Cooking as they race around the turn. From between horses, Special Operator is right there as well, 2 further back. Up the inside, Cambiasso, and El Rayo is out the back as they arrive at the quarter-mile pole. From the inside, Twist of Faith shows the way, whips out on Special Operator, and these 2 square off as they turn on down for the money. To the outside, Special Operator and Decky Cannon. To the inside, Twist of Faith and Carlos Villasana. And down the center of the course with the blinkers on, El Rayo is raced up into third, 1/16th left. Special Operator is shifting ground, but he's shifting ground while clear. Special Operator on debut wins, gathered up in the end by 2. El Rayo to the outside in the photo there with Twist of Faith, and it was Cambiasso. He stood there a little flat-footed, but once he gained his feet under him, Special Operator puts it all together on debut and wins here. The judges have posted him as the unofficial winner at odds of 5 to 2. They've called for a photo for the place spot 5 and a photo finish. Results of the photograph showed the 4 El Rayo to be second, third to 3 Twist of Faith, and fourth number 2 Cambiasso. 5-4-3-2, 5-4-3-2. Entering the winner's circle, number 5, Special Operator. A 2-year-old dark bear brown colt by Violence out of the Congrats mare named Connected Fitness. The winner owned by Don't Tell My Wife Stables 2021 LLC in partnership with Keith DeSormo Trains, and Declan Cannon. The winning jockey, Special Operator, on debut, wins and covers the 5.5 furlongs on a good dirt surface in 105 flat. Five to 2 on Special Operator, 7:23, 42:40. Exact to 1080, 50-cent try, 1040, the double, 820. Third race is up next in 22 minutes. Race number 3 taken off the turf, a mile on the main. Scratch the 1A Bluegrass Royale, scratch the 6 Double Spun, scratch the 8 Kansas Comet. Quick start from the middle for Twist of Faith, also flashing speed. Cambiasso on debut is fleet-footed, and Special Operator hovers along in third. Up to the extreme outside, it is Jim's a River Runner, then a leap for the back to El Rayo, and Mama's Home Cooking is last. Into the far turn, 3 across the course from the inside. Twist of Faith shows the way narrowly. Up on the extreme outside, it is Mama's Home Cooking as they race around the turn. From between horses, Special Operator is right there as well, 2 further back. Up the inside, Cambiasso, and El Rayo is out the back as they arrive at the quarter-mile pole. From the inside, Twist of Faith shows the way, whips out on Special Operator, and these two square off as they turn on down for the money. To the outside, Special Operator and Decky Cannon. To the inside, Twist of Faith and Carlos Villasana. And down the center of the course with the blinkers on, El Rayo is raced up into third, 1/16 left. Special Operator is shifting ground, but he's shifting ground while clear. Special Operator on debut wins, gathered up in the end by 2. El Rayo to the outside in the photo there with Twist of Faith, and it was Cambiasso.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Master horse racing with the power of daily racing forms. Formulator, the sport's most advanced handicapping tool featuring exclusive speed and pace figures, customizable data views, trainer patterns, and more. Formulator is now free for DRF Bets members. Sign up to get the best bonus in racing with a $250 deposit match and a $10 free bet. Go to drf.com/bet and use promo code WINNING to start playing like a pro today.
Race number 3 coming up here at Ellis Park in just about 8 minutes, as we do have a race will be held on the main track. Distance has been changed to that 1 mile. They'll come out of the 1 mile chute, originally slated for the turf at 1 1/16, but with the weather there and us being off the turf today, going to change that. These are maiden special weight horses, so horses looking for their first career victory, and a really nice bunch at that. My top selections that you will see on your screen in just a moment. I went to the 2, 1, and the 5, and I have to say I've been impressed by what I've seen from all of those horses here in the paddock. Silver Blur was the last to get here for the race, to come to the paddock to be saddled, so he was jogging a little bit, but he does look like a horse that certainly has a lot of energy to him. He's a 3-year-old son of Tappet. This is a horse that I know they tried to get on turf on his debut, and he ran a 7th in a race that was taken off at Churchill Downs, and they tried the main track at Churchill over the distance of 1 mile again, and he finished 6th that day against tough maiden special weight company. So he's certainly going to have to prove himself here. When I originally handicapped, of course, I was looking at the grass, but I still think he's a talented horse, and one that Brett Calhoun, I think, will have ready to go. He's really good with these types of horses. With route races, he wins at 21% of the time. That's the same at what he's winning at for the entire year. So really good horseman there, good conditioner. You can see the 2 also included in Jimmy McNerney's picks. The one horse wanted to mention is Urban Recovery. This one really tall, very relaxed here in the paddock, a 3-year-old son of Carpe Diem who will get the blinkers on today. He's had 2 races so far, both of them on the grass, but this is a horse who is obviously going to have to try the main track here today for the first time. I think he's been training pretty well from what I've seen with his numbers at the Churchill Downs Training Center for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Gets the services of Brian Hernandez Jr. today. That jockey trainer percentage team up to win at 21% of the time. This horse also has some good breeding as well. Unappeased, the dam also produced Mr. Big News, so this horse a half to that one, who is a stakes winner at Oaklawn Park over the dirt surface there, and also 3rd in the 2020 Kentucky Derby. So certainly has some dirt for him, at least on the dam side there, to try to guess from, as this horse has obviously never been on this surface before in a race. Now, I will also mention the 5 horse that's Bueller's Day Off. This one really athletic looking, a son of Anchor Down. Gets Lasix for the very first time here today. Started off at Santa Anita, actually, was previously trained by Luis Mendez back in 2021 and finished 3rd in a stakes race for his debut. So tough to do, a lot to ask of a young horse. Then they gave him some time to grow up a little bit. He comes back in June of 2020 at Indiana on the grass and finished 3rd that day. Giovanni Franco will be back aboard here. He's already ridden this horse before, so I like the fact that he might know him just a little bit better and be able to kind of move at the right time with him. Second start off the layoff, trainer Brian Lynch wins at 15% of the time, and first-time Lasix wins at 21% of the time. Liked what I saw from the 7 horse for Ron Moquette with the blinkers on today. Just really professional in the paddock. Very well turned down. Very quiet type of a gelding. A son of Gun Runner. He's produced a lot of very good horses already in his young career. Rafael Bejarano aboard for the ride, and this horse also with some experience on the main track at tracks like Remington Park, Churchill, Houston. Most recently, and his best running has come on the grass, but still that prior experience might be something that comes in handy for this particular race. 5 minutes to go for this event as the horse is just continuing to get their final preparations here. The 4 horse I thought had a really strong hind end. This is one that's going to go the distance of 1 mile today. A little bit of lather between the legs. He certainly seems like he's been on the muscle. The 4-year-old son of Curlin will make his 4th start today in his career. Started off on the synthetic at Turfway Park before moving over to the grass at both Keeneland and Churchill. Very tough meets, both of those. And in fact, Turfway too this past wintertime. But gets the services of Gerardo Corrales here for the 4th time. That's a rider that won 2 races on yesterday's card. So certainly seems to be off to a pretty hot start here for the Ellis Park meet, and Ben Colbrick as well with a winner so far at the Run Happy meet here at Ellis Park. Don't forget that there's plenty of wagering available for you, including a 50-cent pick 3 that does start right here in race number 3. Today's dollar day at Ellis, so be sure to take advantage of that with your low-priced beers and other opportunities for you around the track. We also do have those T-shirts, the Run Happy T-shirts in the gift shop this year. Yeah, $1 hot dogs, $1 popcorn, $2 beer for Run Happy Dollar Day, which is today here at the Pea Patch. Jockey's about to get the leg up in just a few moments, so still some time to place those wagers. Did think that the 3 Flying Fred in here for Mike Maker just had an absolutely gleaming coat. The 4-year-old colt, son of Verrazano, was really professional as well. It's a horse that's had quite a few starts already. In fact, 7 efforts trying to break that maiden, 1 second and 2/3 in that record, and has been on and off track before. This track listed as good at the moment, but had an okay 3rd place finish at Fairgrounds over the slop. So has that wet track experience that can sometimes come in handy in a race like this, and seems pretty fit, I think, coming off just a little bit of a freshening since April. Looks like horses are headed to the track. 3 minutes to go for Ellis Park, race number 3. Good luck.
The horses are stepping trackside for the 3rd race from Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy. In this race, scratch part of the entry, the 1A Bluegrass Royale. Take out numbers 6, Double Spun, and also scratch the 8, Kansas Comet. 3rd race, maiden special weight per $60,000. Will now be contested a mile on the good main surface. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta. Superfecta, daily doubled, starts a rolling pick 3 post time in just a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars on a couple exciting days and a couple of events here at the track. I'd like to make you aware of the first heat of our Wiener Dog races will be next Saturday. Again, next Saturday, July 16th, sponsored by Missy Mosby and Brian Buxton. Again, the first heat of the Wiener Dog races next Saturday here at the track. Now, we return to live racing next Friday here at the track, and I'd like to remind you a new promotion going on, or a new activity, is I should say. It's called the Sunrise Trackside. The Sunrise Trackside, where you can come out here to the track on Friday mornings. Every Friday from now through the balance of the meet, on Fridays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., you could come and picnic in the grandstands and watch the horses train and work out here at the track in the mornings. Again, Sunrise Trackside, every Friday from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. You can come out and see the horses train and work out here at the morning. There will be breakfast available for purchase as well in the grandstand tunnel. That's Friday mornings here at Ellis Park. And the horses are approaching the starting gate for race 3 at Ellis Park, sponsored by Run Happy. Field of 6 to go a mile on the main out of the chute. Pretty even betting board, 2-1 on Urban Recovery. Gets the blinks on today. It's on a Carpe Diem. Flying Fred goes in. Now, Urban Recovery coming up. Brian looking for his second on the card. Calrissian for Colebrook and Corrales up and in. Bueller's Day Off. And Levy to the outside. They're at the post. And they are racing. Bueller's Day Off was quick into stride. Also the gray Silver Blur with a much better break today. And Silver Blur is up and after the pace. Then a link for the back. Flying Fred down along the inside. Races along in the third position. From the extreme outside, advancing now Calrissian. Then it is Urban Recovery off the pace with the blinks on today. And Levy, the first time gelding, is at the back with a pack. 5.5 furlongs to go. The field separated by about 9 lengths through a quarter of 23 and 3. 5 furlongs to go up the backside. And Bueller's Day Off with the first time Lasik shows the way, a length and a half. Silver Blur will track from the inside as second. He's covered up to the outside by Urban Recovery here, and also Calrissian as they enter the turn. It is Bueller's Day Off, half mile, 46 and 4. He's been unopposed thus far, but now he's left the fence open, and Silver Blur takes advantage. It comes right on through. Calrissian still stalking from the third position, a length and a half off those leaders. Still 4 back to Flying Fred. Urban Recovery is under a heavy ride second last, and Levy still at the back of the pack. Outside a quarter to go, and it is Silver Blur who comes on through to the inside to take the lead top at a home stretch, and it is Silver Blur just from pace setting Bueller's Day Off down the center. Calrissian is full of run, and here he comes. He's on the wrong lead, but he's gaining ground to the outside. 3 across the course with a 16th to go, and Calrissian up and after the lead as Silver Blur is drifting out into Bueller's Day Off. These 3 in a blanket photo finish. Calrissian gets the job done. Calrissian in the head bobber over Silver Blur, and a tough luck for Bueller's Day Off in 1:37 flat. Calrissian, another winner for Corrales at the meet. 3-horse photo finish. The judges have posted the photo sign. Hold them all. Photo sign comes down. The placing judges have determined number 4, Calrissian, did in fact get up to win right on the square. Second, number 2, Silver Blur. Third, number 5, Bueller's Day Off. And fourth, the 1, Urban Recovery, 4-2-5-1. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have posted the inquiry sign. Inquiry into the running of the third race, and it affects your second and third place finishers. Again, inquiry, stewards inquiry into the running of the third concerns the action of the 2 and 5, the second and third place finishers. At this time, it does not concern your unofficial winner, who's coming into the circle now. Here is your unofficial winner, number 4, Cal Region. A 4-year-old chestnut colt by Curlin, out of the Giants Causeway mare named Soar with the Birds. The winner's owned by Andrew Warren. In Rainier Warren, the trainer, Ben Colebrook, and the winning jockey, Gerardo Corrales. Cal Region covered the mile on the main in 1:37 flat. Once again, folks, make sure you hold all tickets. There is an inquiry. The stewards are looking into the stretch run concerning the 2 Silver Blur who finished second and the 5 Bueller's Day Off who finished third. Again, stewards inquiry. It involves the 2 and 5. Just hold them all. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a disqualification. Number 2, Silver Blur, has been disqualified from second and placed third for interference through the stretch to number 5, Bueller's Day Off. Again, number 2, Silver Blur, has been disqualified from second place third. The new order of finish, 4, 5, 2, 1, and these are official. 4, 5, 2, 1 now, official. Cal Region, $14.60, $6.40, and $4 to win. $1 exacta, $26.10. The 50-cent try, $54.35. The double, $46.30. Pick 3, $36.05. Dime Super, $24.65. Up next, the 4th event, race number 4. A field of 6 to go 7 furlongs. An allowance event per $61,000. No program changes. Post time at about 22. They're at the post. And they are racing. Bueller's Day Off was quick into stride. Also, the gray Silver Blur with a much better break today, and Silver Blur is up and after the pace. Then a link for the back. Flying Fred down along the inside, races along in the third position. From the extreme outside, advancing now Cal Region. Then it is Urban Recovery off the pace with the blinks on today. And Levy, the first-time gelding, is at the back of the pack. 5.5 furlongs to go. The field separated by about 9 lengths through a quarter of 23 and 3. 5 furlongs to go up the backside. And Bueller's Day Off with the first-time Lasik shows the way 1.5 lengths. Silver Blur will track from the inside as second. He's covered up to the outside by Urban Recovery here, and also Cal Region as they enter the turn. It is Bueller's Day Off, half mile, 46 and 4. He's been unopposed thus far, but now he's left the fence open, and Silver Blur takes advantage and comes right on through. Cal Region still stalking from the third position, 1.5 lengths off those leaders. Still 4 back to Flying Fred. Urban Recovery is under a heavy ride second last, and Levy still at the back of the pack. Outside a quarter to go, and it is Silver Blur who comes on through to the inside to take the lead top at a home stretch, and it is Silver Blur just from pace setting Bueller's Day Off down the center. Cal Region is full of run, and here he comes. He's on the wrong lead, but he's gaining ground to the outside. 3 across the course with a 16th to go, and Cal Region up and after the lead as Silver Blur is drifting out into Bueller's Day Off. These 3 in a blanket photo finish. Cal Region gets the job done. Cal Region in the head bobber over Silver Blur, and a tough luck for Bueller's Day Off in 1:37 flat. Cal Region, another winner for Corrales at the meet. Ladies and gentlemen, the track condition of the main track has been upgraded to fast. Again, track condition upgraded from good to fast.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
race number 4 here at Ellis Park, the halfway points of the day. Next up will be our stakes race in race number 5. But this race, an allowance event for $61,000, non-winners of one other than. And we've got 7 furlongs on the main track here at Ellis. Really talented field of horses assembled. My top picks, I had the 2 and the 1. And then thought about adding the 6 there, but in my tickets, just use those top 2 horses. Did get a good look at a lot of the horses in here. The 2 I thought was fabulous for Chris Hartman. Mitchell Merle will be aboard with the 2 wins recently. Mitchell aboard for both of those efforts, so I like the fact that he's gotten really along well with this horse, and I'm hoping we see the same thing again today. Has continued to have a really good campaign so far this year, at least in the later part of the year. And trainer Chris Hartman wins at 27% with horses who have won their last start. Now the 1, Jennings, this horse coming off a layoff here, I thought looked pretty fit. The 5-year-old son of Bunnings hasn't raced since September of last year, but I went up to him. He seemed calm, cool, collected. He's just a really easygoing type of a gelding. He had a nice loose ring in his mouth, so he doesn't seem like a complicated type of a horse. And it certainly seems like this is a distance that I think he'll like well. He went over the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs last time, which can oftentimes lend itself well to sprint races like this over the 7 furlong distance, because it's not that 2 turns at the mile that he's coming from. So I think really well suited in this particular spot. As far as the 3 horse for Ron Moquette, this one with Rene Diaz aboard. Again, he's had some success already at the meet during opening weekend. This colt has had 3 races so far, but he's had some time in between each and every one of those. He won on debut. Seems to be a really talented horse, but he just hasn't been able to really put it together. The connections thinking he didn't really like the surface at Oaklawn Park. He seems to be training much better at Ellis, which you can see in his last workout on July 4th. He had a bullet work over the 5 furlong distance right here at Ellis. He's a really big boy, and he certainly seems like a horse that should be able to improve. The 6 horse, a little bit of trouble saddling this one, but he got spooked here in the paddock, and he has seemed to calm down for trainer Tom Vanberg. He had a little bit of trouble kicking the back of the stall wall because he heard something, but he seems like he's got it together now, and a really well turned out horse. Horses are headed out to the track for race number 4 here at Ellis Park. This is the start of that pick 5 sequence. 7 furlongs the distance. Good luck.
The horse is up on the track for the 4th race from Ellis Park. 4th race, an allowance event for the 3-year-olds and upwards, which have not won a race other than a maiden claiming starter or never won 2 races lifetime. 7 furlongs the distance, field of 6, no program changes, win, play, show, exact to try, super, daily double, pick 3, and don't forget the pick 5 starts here in just 8 minutes. And once again, the track condition has been upgraded to fast. Race 4 kicks off the pick 5, fast surface, 7 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a late jockey change in this fourth race being announced for the first time. Late jockey change number 6, Trash Talking Yankee. The rider now, Rafael Bejarano. Rafael Bejarano now the new jockey for number 6, Trash Talking Yankee here in the fourth. Just 2 minutes. Race number 4, 2 minutes. Don't forget the pick 5 at Ellis Park starts here in 2 minutes. 7 furlongs out of the chute. In 7 furlong race. First one here at the meeting. In just a couple of minutes, kicks off the 50-cent pick 5. And again, late jockey change in the fourth. No flow in here. The 6 is ridden.